I'm changing over my on air. Okay. A tornado warning has been issued for Hitchcock County in Nebraska through 4:45 p.m. This is radar indicated, but this storm also capable of producing tennis ball sized hail. So no matter which way you look at it, it is going to be a juicy storm with capable of producing damage, whether that be from the strong winds or from the large hail. This tornado warning is moving its way off towards the south at 10 miles per hour. It is located about 11 miles west of Trenton at this time, moving towards the city of Stratton there. Now, if we take a more zoomed in look at what we're seeing with our winds, the reds and the greens are where we're seeing our winds move in opposite directions. And when we get a tight ball of red and green mixing together, that's likely a good indication of where that area of rotation is. I'm seeing that right here over the town of Stratton. This is going to be First Avenue as well as Road 714 as well as County Avenue there. We're going to be seeing this area of rotation hold together as it makes its way through the town of Stratton. This is radar indicated. We don't have eyes on this storm yet, but looking from its structure, it's pretty beefy and it's going to be capable of producing some rotation, some strong winds, as well as that large hail. The hail core is staying to the north of Stratton at this moment in time. It's not looking as juicy as it did just a few moments ago. We had so much of those darker colors. Again, where we're seeing the darker purples, that's where that large hail is going to be likely. We were actually seeing some black mixing in earlier, as well as you can see that now just off towards the northwest of Stratton. Now, this storm has been trying to produce some spin, but when we look at our rotation product here, our shear product of what's happening in the atmosphere, it's a lot of weak spin. The structure on this storm, though, is looking picture perfect for something that's going to try to spin up and then spin down. We're just not seeing those winds just yet, but as we see this hook here starting to form right around the city of Stratton, that is going to be what we look for where that rotation could easily form. It's going to be right about here, making its way off towards the south at about 10 miles per hour. That's not the only storm we're watching at this time. They're going to continue the tornado warning now as they have seen the storm still hold together in its strength for Hitchcock County. It's going to be over towards Hitchcock, but in Dundee County, we're watching storms make their way from Colorado into the Sunflower State, still producing some strong winds and some large hail. That's really the only activity across Kansas at this moment in time, but we're expecting to see this start to fill in as we look towards the rest of the night. These storms from Colorado going to be advancing, becoming more widespread and strengthening as they move into Kansas. We're already seeing some strengthening. Law enforcement in Hitchcock is reporting golf ball sized hail with that storm moving through. So that's a clear sign that that storm staying healthy. We do have the tornado watch in place for northwest Kansas through 10 p.m. this evening. Southwest Kansas under a severe thunderstorm watch also through 10 p.m. Wouldn't be surprised if these get extended into central Kansas as we look throughout the rest of the night. We're going to keep you updated right here on air and online, as well as on our CTV streaming channel on Roku and any other streaming device. That's going to be throughout this evening as these storms continue. But for now, we'll send you back to your regularly scheduled programming. We're continuing to bring you updates to the tornado warning for Hitchcock County, Nebraska. We did get a report in from a storm spotter that saw a tornado. A small tornado touched down to the ground briefly, just for a few seconds, and then it lifted. It's trying to drop again about as of a few moments ago. This is going to be west of Stratton on Road 714. Now, we've also seen reports of baseball-sized hail with this storm. The storm is continuing to make its way off towards the south, moving at a snail's pace, only about 10 miles per hour. It's capable of producing a tornado as well as that large hail. Now, this is a look at the rotation within the storm. The reds moving away, the greens moving towards the radar site, and we did see a blip of a stronger couplet or stronger mixing of those reds and greens just off towards the southwest of Stratton a few moments ago. Not looking as organized at this moment in time, but these storms go through cycles. They breathe in, they breathe out, they spin up, and they spin back down. As I mentioned just a few moments ago, we weren't seeing the hail as strong as we were at the beginning of the evening, but now that hail wrapping right back up. We're seeing where these blacks are mixing in with the purples. That's where the largest hail core is going to be at this time. It's staying off towards the north of Stratton. Hopefully that heaviest hail misses the city, or the latest update now showing that heavy hail right in the city of Stratton. This hail up to baseball size. That is 3 inches. That is a good chunk of ice coming down from the sky. So this is just as dangerous as that tornado warning that's in place. So please get yourself inside, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Stay away from windows. Get to the innermost portion of your house, whether that be a closet, a bathroom, or something along those lines. If you're anywhere within the city of Stratton, Trenton, you are not included in the tornado warning, but that hail could try to make its way towards you. We're still watching for some rotation. Our winds are looking a bit broad at this time, not seeing that tight spin up that we were seeing earlier. And part of that is because it looks like we're losing our hook on this structure of the storm. Now, that's not an indication that the storm is weakening. It's just an indication that maybe we're not seeing that rotation in the storm. From the hail alone, definitely a sign of strengthening within the severe thunderstorm warning, if not within the tornado warning itself. It does look like it's smack dab over Stratton at this time, so if you live anywhere in that area in central Hitchcock County, please take your tornado precautions now. We're also watching severe storms marching from Colorado into north portions of the region, which is going to be in southwest Nebraska, if not portions of northwest Kansas here over the next few hours. That's really the only spot we're seeing storms at this moment. But once these move in, they're going to start to work their way off towards the south and drop in to Kansas, where the environment is ripe to fuel them to become strong to severe. We have a tornado watch in place through 10 p.m. for northwest corners of the region, a severe thunderstorm watch in place for southwest Kansas through 10 p.m. Wouldn't be surprised if we get this extended into portions of central Kansas here over the next several hours as these storms form into a complex and dive across the state. So again, Hitchcock County, you have that tornado warning in place through 4:45. We'll continue to keep you updated on air and online, but for now, we'll send you back to golf. and good to go. Bringing you an update to the tornado warning in place through 4:45 p.m. for Hitchcock County in Nebraska. This storm making its way through Stratton is no longer including Trenton in the tornado warning, but Trenton as well as Culberson included in the severe thunderstorm warning that is capable of producing baseball-sized hail. This storm is a strong one in the last 30 minutes here, not moving much. It's very slow moving, just creeping its way south at about 10 to 20 miles per hour at a time. Here's a look at what we're seeing right now. This hook trying to develop. We saw it disappear a while ago, but now it's starting to strengthen once again, going through a cycle, trying to wrap up and produce some rotation. A storm spotter did see a brief tornado a few moments ago. That was about 10 minutes ago. It briefly touched down and then lifted. So we know this storm is capable of it. Where we're seeing these brighter reds and greens mixing, that's an indication of where our winds are starting to mix. So I think right over Road 707, right about here, is where we would have that area of rotation if we had anything trying to touch down, trying to form a funnel. It would be right about here, but the hail also a concern. This storm now making its way along from Stratton over towards Trenton. The largest area of hail going to be right here north of First Avenue, just off towards the east of the city of Stratton itself. Again, this tornado warning is in place through 10:45 p.m. and we've got a lock here. This circle is an indication or a hint of an area to watch for some rotation. We can also see that with our shear rate here. It is indicating these areas of red that right over Road 707, that's where any rotation is going to start to spin. When we get those reds popping up, that's a good indication of strong rotation. They're also reporting a fire in Cheyenne County along Highway 27, just south of the Kansas and Nebraska state line. They likely believe that that is going to be from lightning. So here's a look at our storm now, that area of rotation right about there, just to the south of Stratton. But Stratton, you're seeing that large hail move through. Definitely not going to be a fun time to see baseball-sized hail. The severe storm warning now stretching its way north into portions of Rawlins as well as Decatur County, but the severe thunderstorm, or the tornado warning, I should say, still in place for Hitchcock County. We're watching more storms, though, in Colorado make their way into Kansas. That's really the only area we're watching at this point in time, but we do have a tornado watch in place for northwest Kansas through 10 p.m. this evening. Southwest Kansas under severe thunderstorm watch through 10 p.m. as well, before storms continue their way east, becoming more widespread throughout the rest of the night. We'll keep you updated here on KSN, but for now, we'll send you back to golf. A quick update, a confirmed tornado warning now in effect for Rollins County through 6 p.m. this evening. Several tornado chasers spotted a tornado crossing Highway 36 near Atwood. That's going to be right to the south a little, I believe, right along somewhere in here where the heaviest bands of rain are. Not seeing a clear hook within the storm. I would have to guess right about there, if anywhere. Also our rotation or our velocity, where the reds and greens mixing, that's going to be where we have the best chance of seeing that rotation, that funnel forming. Could be right about here, I think, if I had to see. Looking a little bit messy as we're getting a lot of winds picking up here. Now, if we take a more zoomed in look with our radar indicated rotation or our shear product, where we see those reds and greens or those brighter reds, that's going to be right about here, and that is where we have the tornado warning at this time. It looks like they have just issued another tornado warning. It's continued. They have dropped the confirmed tag, also capable of producing tennis ball sized hail. This is now no longer including Atwood. It is for the south of Little. Achilles, you are included in this warning. This is where I think that rotation would be, just to the south of Highway 36 in Rollins County. Here's the latest update there with the latest scan coming in, but we're starting to see a lot of rotation pick up, and that's because I think some of these stronger winds trying to move in, trying to take control, might try to undercut some of that rotation. Also seeing a large hail up to tennis ball in size just to the south of Little at this moment. If we take a more zoomed out look at where all these storms are moving through, it's been a cluster of storms across portions of north central Kansas. We do have a lock on where we think that area of rotation is going to be. The large hail, a good sign of this being a very healthy storm. I'm actually going to step off here and give us a better look at exactly where this warning is in terms of downstream from it, because it's good to give us an idea of where this storm is going. And it looks like they're making its way towards Achilles, and I am going to step in here and give us a better look at where we're starting to see some of that rotation. I think right where we had that pinpointed a moment ago. They have just updated this now to a confirmed tornado warning once again. It's making its way off towards the southeast, and it is going to be capable of producing a tornado. They have had spotters being reported on the storm. Damage north of Atwood, where it's been on the ground. The damage so far has mainly been power lines. They're now seeing damage to grain silo structures where most substantial frames were dislodged and bent sideways. This is along 25. That is a report coming into the National Weather Service from storm chasers. The outflow boundary going to continue to pull all in this in. And again, they just updated this to a confirmed tornado warning. They issued another warning, no longer including the city of Atwood. It's going to be off towards the east of Atwood, making its way towards Achilles here. This storm making its way off towards the south at 25 miles per hour. Damaging tornado currently in process, as we have several storm chasers in this region reporting back to the National Weather Service that they have seen it cross Highway 36, now working its way off towards the south. It's moving south at 25 miles per hour, still capable of producing about tennis ball sized hail. So that is going to be where that area of rotation is at this moment. If we take a step forward and try to look at some of our velocity here, or I've locked us in this screenshot here, I'm going to give us a better look one more time of where we're going to be seeing some of that velocity signature within this line. Oh, that looks a lot brighter, a lot healthier with that storm. As we step in, you can see where those brighter reds and greens are mixing right off towards the southeast of Ludall. That is going to be where we're seeing these storms. I'm trying to zoom in to give us a better look at some of these roads, but it's just going to be due south of Highway 36 there. This is looking, if not rotation, definitely some strong winds picking up in there. And now we're starting to see that hook form more so with our reflectivity, or a look at the moisture in the atmosphere with this storm. Again, one more time, just setting us back up to make sure that we have a good look as we go through here. Everything pointing west, indicating straight line winds rather than tornadic rotation. That's a report just in from a chaser that is on this storm. So still strong winds moving through. But if it's winds strong enough to cause damage to a grain silo, not something you want to be outside in. So if you live anywhere south of Little or north of Achilles, this storm is starting to see that hook here. See where we're having that purple start to hook in? That's also going to be where the heaviest of the rain as well as the hail is going to be. Here is where we have that area of rotation. Atwood going to be off towards the west here. Here is the rotation right off towards the south of Highway 36. And this storm is going to be making its way off towards the south at about 25 miles per hour. This is a confirmed confirmed tornado. Our spotters do have eyes on it at this moment. It's slowly working its way off towards the southeast. I do think this looks a little bit broader than what we were seeing earlier, and that's also indicated with some of this rotation that we're seeing with our shear product. When we start to see longer stretches of the red rather than just the dot, that's when we start to see more straight line winds as an indication rather than that rapid rotation. But still, this storm producing quite a bit of activity. Even if the stronger winds start to cut through, choke out some of the rotation and produce more of that straight line push of winds, it's not going to be great. Winds are going to be upwards of 60 miles, if not 70 miles per hour at times. Again, if you live in Achilles, now is your time to get in your tornado safe place, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We've gotten several reports of power lines down in the Atwood area, as well as damage to a grain silo, and this storm producing large hail. Here's the largest of that hail core. It's stretching all the way back towards Midway, just to the south of Herndon. That is where we're going to be seeing tennis ball sized hail possible with this storm. That's just one of several storms working their way through northwest Kansas. We have storms back here in Dundee County that we've also been watching for some rotation along the Nebraska-Kansas state line, as well as this storm that's stretching all the way back into Hitchcock counties, as well as portions of Red Willow County, Decatur County, but that rotation staying right about there. This is within the tornado warning or the tornado watch we have in place. Wow, that latest update then on our hail, very likely seeing hail right along the highway there. When we start to see those whites mix in with the blacks, that is where that hail core is going to be, where the largest, strongest, and most damaging hail going to be located. If we take a step back here, sorry, I clicked the wrong way on my clicker there. One more back, there we go, that's what I want. Some of that straight line wind mixing in, but also still seeing clear areas of rotation. This is going to be road N here, so it's staying north of that, but we could see some winds picking up around road L. We're also seeing road MS, some rotation making its way that direction. Again, this storm not really moving that fast. It's moving south at about 25 miles per hour, so kind of taking its time, working its way through. It's producing a lot of rainfall. We've seen some flash flooding across parts of the state. They did decide to continue the severe thunderstorm or the tornado warning. Local reports of an observed tornado from the National Weather Service. That is going to be 5 east-southeast of Ludell and Rawlins County. This confirmed tornado warning in place through 6 p.m. That hail core going to stay with us. The rotation starting to get a bit more organized. Also, I think it's looking a little messy here, but right where we're seeing those reds and greens together, that's going to be a good spot. Not to mention the heavy rainfall that's pushing through. This storm is capable of producing strong winds, as well as that hail. It's going to be working its way towards Achilles. It's going to be staying off towards the east of Chardon there. Again, staying south of Midway. Midway, you're included in the severe thunderstorm warning, but you're not included in this confirmed tornado warning. This area of rotation looks like it's going to head due to the southeast. So, Selden, this is your time now, just a heads up that this storm could be working its way towards you. I want to step off and get a look to see if we can see where any of this debris has been picked up, where any of this rotation has been trying to hold on to some of the stronger winds, picking up anything along the road. Oh, wow. Yeah. So where we're seeing those blues mix in, that is going to be a debris signature moving towards Achilles at this time. I'm going to put 15 minutes here. That could be some blowing dust mixing in as well. Okay, so we're getting a clear indication that something's being lofted up there into this storm. It's trying to pick up anything that it can get its hands on, whether that be dust, whether that be something a bit stronger. We're also going to be seeing this get closer to Achilles now at this point in time. Areas downstream of this do need to be ready to take their tornado safe places. The storm now warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds, as well as tennis ball sized hail. The latest reports coming in is that power lines are down. We've seen damage to grain silos from this storm. It's also going to be holding on to the potential for some of this to be on the stronger side. As we look towards the next couple of days, we will be seeing this pattern follow us in at least to the evening. There's some of our largest hail at this point in time, tennis ball in size and our shear rate, giving us a clear indication of where that rotation is, where those reds are at this point. That is where we're going to be seeing the strongest winds, the best chance of us seeing any rotation at all is going to be within that storm. Getting us a bit more organized here to see where we have these storms going, and they've decided to warm that whole line as it makes its way through. Significant blowing dust also a concern within the same area, and that is just making its way closer and closer towards the city of Achilles at this time. This is in Rawlins County, a confirmed tornado warning at 6 p.m. We are still going to be keeping eyes on this as it makes its way down, and that is very clearly a good ball of energy as we look at our velocity here. That is where we're seeing that area of reds and greens mixing right here. That's going to be the best chance we have of seeing a tornado on the ground at this point in time. And if we're seeing some of those spikes of the green, this is going to be just to the north of Road N within Rawlins County. It looks like they have decided to drop that confirmed tag with the latest here. Oh, nope, they kept it as it moved down. That was just a miss there. As we see, they continue the tornado warning. They're keeping it confirmed. It is still making its way into southeastern Rawlins County, capable of producing tennis ball to baseball sized hail. So here's clearly where that area of rotation is going to be. It's been holding together heavy rain and hail, now making its way towards Achilles into southern portions of Rawlins County. If you live in southern Rawlins County, now is your time to take shelter. We're also getting now flash flood warnings in place for Rawlins County because of how much rain is coming down out of the storm. Not only is it producing gusty winds, not only is it producing tennis ball sized hail, but it is producing a lot of rain in a very short period of time. And we're just getting more update after update coming in of strong winds gusting near Atwood, significant blowing dust in the inflow near Selden. Visibility is reduced to less than a mile at this time. Achilles is going to be seeing that rain work its way closer to you here in a few moments. As we look at the loop here, the last 15 minutes, we can see where some of the rotation tries to hold together, working its way off towards the southeast, and it's going to start to produce that rotation as it makes its way into the southeastern corner of the state. Again, Atwood, you're no longer included in this tornado warning. Midway, neither are you. Ludol, you're not. Chardon, you're not either. But Achilles, that is where this storm is pushing its way right on top of you at this point in time. We're still seeing that rotation, those reds mixing in, making its way closer towards the city. This is going to be just to the north of Road N. Now, the heavy rain moving through northern portions of Rawlins County, it's following in behind this storm, and it's going to be producing just as many issues. We're seeing that rotation hold together tightly, trying to see if we get a latest scan in, but you notice how those winds are starting to curl. That's when we could see that tornado make its way towards the ground. The rain definitely getting closer towards Achilles at this time. We have Road 5 here. That rain is staying north of it, as well as, I believe this is Road L, Road N, just to the south of you at this point in time. Now, another look in at the velocity, or where we're seeing our reds and greens mixing, is where that rotation is going to be, right about here. It's looking a little bit messy, but again, we're seeing some strong straight line winds mixed in here too, because that's the direction the storm's moving. So we're seeing the storm cycle. It started to breathe out a bit earlier. We didn't see that rotation as clearly, but now that we're seeing it with the newest update, it's bringing in strong winds and strong rotation right on top of Road N at this point in time. Now, this storm going to be working its way off towards the southeast. It's not moving very quickly, but we're getting lots of reports of now 90-mile-per-hour winds in Rawlins County, 3 miles south of Atwood. That would be right where we're seeing this 90-mile-per-hour winds moving through. That was measured 89-mile-per-hour winds. They rounded up to 90 there, but we have also gotten reports of 70-mile-per-hour winds over in Cheyenne, not to mention the confirmed tornado that chasers have eyes on. They watched it cross the highway, and they've watched it pick up several power lines, as well as cause structural damage to a grain silo within this storm. So this storm has a history of producing some strong winds as well as damage as it works its way closer towards the city of Achilles here. Now, we're still seeing that rotation try to work its way south. Here's the latest update. We're seeing some of that try to broaden out a bit, but still going to be holding together as we move towards through the storm. This storm as a whole producing quite a bit of rain. That's why we've had the flood warning, the flash flood warning issued for northern portions of, or for the whole county. We've also seen this heavy rainfall make its way towards Midway. We've also gotten reports in of other flood advisories now being issued as these storms move through. Now, for anyone within this area. This tornado warning now south of the highway. I do believe that's Highway 36, and it's going to continue to drop its way off towards the south and continue to make its way towards Achilles. We did get reports in of 89-mile-per-hour winds 2 miles or 3 miles south of Atwood in Rawlins County. We're getting more updates coming in constantly. I'm going to take a step back and look at where we could have seen those strongest winds move in, and that's going to require me to step off one more time, but I'm just getting us re-racked as we get a look at where those strongest winds are coming through. They've continued the severe thunderstorm warning as a whole, but they've now upped it to 90-mile-per-hour winds for the entire county of Rawlins County, which is going to give it that destructive severe thunderstorm warning tag. Here's our velocity, zooming in here and getting a better look. We're going to put 15 minutes on the clock, stepping forward, trying to see where that right about there. This is probably where we're getting those strongest winds moving in either direction there. Not quite picking it up with my dropper, but where it gets that bright, that's a good sign of this storm becoming strong to severe. Here's a look at our radar indicated rotation at this moment in time. That sinkhole right in the middle there, where that red dot is in place, that is going to be where we likely have the best chance of rotation at this point in time. That hail following in with it, our reflectivity showing that heavy rain moving through, the storm working its way off towards the southeast. It's only moving about 25 miles per hour with the latest update. Let me double check and make sure they haven't updated the speed on the storm with the latest continuation. They are keeping that storm moving now at 10 miles per hour. So it's not moving fast. She's taking her sweet time as she works her way off due south at about 10 miles per hour here. Not many storms or cities within that area there, but again, if you live in cities near Road L, Road 5, Achilles, Road C for the southern portion of this county, which is Rawlins County, and honestly anywhere within this county, you're going to be seeing those strong winds pick up. Here's another look at our Barron button where we're seeing those reds try to pick up as well, is where we could have some clear rotation pick up. Our velocity definitely going to be right about here for that spike. That's going to be just to the north of the city of Achilles at this time. So if you're in Achilles, if you're anywhere near Road L, Road N, now is your time to get yourself to a safe place. As many walls between you and the outside as possible. I also want to look here at where we're starting to see some of that confirmation of those storms. If I could get this turned on here of where our tornadoes are starting to pop up, and it's going to be across parts of the state a little bit more north of where we've been at the moment. There's a look at our reports so far of where some of our larger hailstones, as well as where some of those tornadoes have come through. We're now getting another report in to the National Weather Service from spotters in the area. They have reported a tornado on the ground. They've sent photos in to the National Weather Service. That's currently 4 miles southeast of Little and Rawlins County. So that's going to be right about here. But see where we had the tornado warnings earlier? The confirmed eyewitness spots of it. Now the storm is making its way off towards the southeast. It's moving towards Achilles closer and closer, where we're seeing these reds right along Road L, Road N, as well as Road MS. This is where the strongest winds are going to be. Where we have the sink drain or that pocket of red within the green, that's a good sign of some spin up. Now this storm in particular, it has produced the funnel. We have spotters with eyes on the tornado visible. They've posted that onto social media and have tagged the National Weather Service in it. And that is going to be as this storm for the entire state or for the entire county of Rawlins County is producing 60 or 90 mile per hour winds, as well as tennis ball sized hail. So even if this tornado isn't in your area, if you're within Rawlins County, these winds are going to be strong, and the strongest of those winds going to be right here in Rawlins County. Another report of it from a storm chaser of a tornado briefly spotted located about 6 miles southeast of Little. So that's where we're seeing all this rotation. The storm's trying to produce some funnels. They're touching the ground. They're lifting back up. The storm is strong. It's capable of producing that rotation, as well as 90 mile per hour straight line wind. So this is going to be a beefy storm. It's going to cause some impact as it moves in. Again, areas near Achilles in southern Rawlins County, now is the time to get anywhere inside, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I mean, even with that hail moving in, You're not going to want to be near a window. That's going to include areas near Chardon as well as up towards Atwood as well as Ludall. We're also getting dust storm warnings in from portions of northern Kansas where they have 0 miles of visibility at this point in time. So not only are these winds causing impacts with the rain, but we're seeing it pick up dust and all kinds of other things moving through parts of the state, reducing visibility, causing impacts to travel. So please be careful if you have to be out on roadways this evening. Now, in terms of what we're seeing with our rotation here, this is what we call the barren button. When we start to see some of these blacks and whites mix in, that's a good sign of where our hail core is going to be. So it's staying just to the north of Achilles, but it's moving along the highway at this point in time. Another zoomed in look here. I think that's still where our best shot of rotation is going to be. This is right along, this is road L here, right on this area, and then this is road N. So I think right about there in Rawlins County, that's where that tornado is likely going to be if it's making its way towards the ground. We've got reports in of those tornadoes on the ground. This is another area that we've seen some stronger winds in, that heavy rain prompting flash flood warnings. And that's going to be for this county. As heavy rain moves in with this storm, this is just one of several storms that we're watching in this part of the state. Here's a loop of where we've seen some of that strongest rotation. And I think right about here is where that tornado tried to touch down. That's what the spotters reported in. But this storm as a whole is stretching all the way from Oberlin, Midway, Atwood, Birdsley over towards McDonald. That's where this heavy rain, Herndon also picking up on the hail as well as the strong winds, and most of northwest Kansas seeing all that activity. Here's our area of rotation at this point in time. Another area of rotation trying to pop up near Road N. I think that's more straight line wind threat though. Heaviest of the hail making its way towards Midway, but we're also seeing some other storms move into an area that's already produced some heavy rainfall. That's going to be the case up towards Dundee County, Nebraska, as well as northern Cheyenne County. This is where we've seen the dust pick up as well. Now, this part of the state is really the only region we're watching for that rain at this moment in time. We do have rainfall that's going to be on the other side of the state line, working its way closer to Kansas here over the next several hours. Severe tornado warning though still confirmed. Watching it make its way slowly off towards the south. It's moving at a snail's pace. 10 miles per hour moving south. Not seeing a lot of quick rotation, but we are seeing strong winds within this storm. It's produced 89 mile per hour wind gusts in Atwood. We've gotten reports of damage to power lines, reports of damage to grain silos. We've gotten all kinds of damage reports in from this storm. It's going to be a strong one, and this is just an indication of all the types of storms we're going to be seeing this evening within that tornado watch that's in effect through 10 p.m. Southwest Kansas in a tornado watch through 10 p.m. Saturday evening, and that's because storms will continue to keep their energy as they work their way south. I wouldn't be surprised if central Kansas gets included within the watches later this evening. Now I'm looking at my Skyview cameras off on my eye here, and I'm getting a really good view from Colby of some of that dust that's been kicking up. So I want to bring that up for us just so we can get a clear indication of an area that hasn't seen that rain just yet, but it is going to be seeing the strong winds there. Look at that dust just moving through. Our sky was blue the last time I checked this Skyview camera, and now it is looking that dusty green color there, or gray color, I guess I should say, from the dust being kicked up into the atmosphere. Some places have seen visibility at 0 miles per hour. We have blowing dust warnings in place. Dust storms reported in Thomas County. That's going to be right here in the same county as Colby. And we've gotten reports of several strong wind gusts coming in. Now, this is just one of the reports that's come in and that we can verify of that dust storm warning. Now, we are going to be seeing the potential for this storm not only to produce some strong winds, but also that rotation. Look, we just with the look at our reports that have come in, 4 reports of eyes on the tornado with the storm. That's why this tornado warning is going to be confirmed. That's why we're staying with it, because it's moving into an area that people live and that we are covering. Now, this is going to be the storm making its way off towards the southeast. It's moving towards Achilles at this time. It's really put on the brakes. Earlier, it was moving at about 25 miles per hour off towards the southeast. Now, it's moving at only about 10 miles per hour. But not only this tornado warning, outside of that, this bigger box here, this polygon covering almost all of Rawlins County, also stretching into portions here as we look off towards Decatur County near Oberlin. We have a destructive thunderstorm warning, 90 mile per hour winds, baseball to tennis ball sized hail. So this storm is the strongest that we have in the state at this time. The latest update with that radar indicated rotation or shear rate, where we're starting to see that rotation, it's going to be right here. Now, I don't have a lot of road names in this area, but some of them I can call out here. Road L going to be near Achilles, as well as just to the south of Road N. We have Road MS. It's going to be off towards the east of Road 24. This area is under a confirmed tornado warning through 6 p.m. this evening. This storm working its way off towards the southeast, and it's also producing heavy rainfall. We're getting more reports in now from the National Weather Service of continued blowing dust causing visibility issues, and that's coming in that there are low visibility at intersections across northwest Kansas. Heaviest bands of rainfall now making their way towards Achilles. This is also going to be where we see that hail core off towards the north here. Hail is going to be closer to Road N as well as Road L. Now the storm working its way off towards the south. Road C, if that sounds familiar to you, within southern Rawlins County, it's going to be working its way in your direction here over the next couple of hours. Now Selden, you're no longer going to be included within the severe or within the tornado warning, which they have decided to continue. Remains in effect through 6 p.m. Eyes continue to stay on this storm. So this storm is going to be working its way off towards the southeast. There's the latest update where they trimmed off that northern bit there. And this is what we're seeing in terms of our winds. So with velocity, with our radar indicated rotation, it can also show us where straight line winds are. The brighter the color of the red or the green, the stronger it's moving towards or away from the radar side. So the brightest greens here, that's going to be strong winds picking up in intensity. And again, this severe thunderstorm warning outside of the tornado warning warned for winds upwards of 90 miles per hour at times. And here's where I think if we have that rotation, it's going to be just to the north of Achilles. It's going to be holding on to some rotation. They're keeping the confirmed tag with this because spotters are still on the storm. And areas within Achilles, I've said it once, I'll say it again, if you live in this area, anywhere within this polygon, please make sure you're taking your tornado precautions now. As many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get away from windows, get to a closet or maybe a bathroom inside if you don't have a basement. I don't have a basement in my house, so my bathroom is going to be my tornado safe place. Make sure that you grab something to protect your head, whether that be a pillow, and also make sure you grab closed-toed shoes in case those windows do get damaged during the storm, that you won't have to step on glass as you exit from your tornado safe place. Now, this storm is producing strong winds. It's also producing large hail. I still think that area of rotation there is going to be closer towards about Road L, and that's where we're also starting to see a little bit of a hook in our reflectivity. Now, if you live in Achilles, that wind's picking up, also the rotation picking up, but the latest scan, we're seeing that work its way south right on top of you. And this storm could be producing several areas of gusty winds moving through. It's going to be warned across the board for both Rawlins and Decatur County for 90 mile per hour winds as well as large hail. The destructive thunderstorm warning is through 6:30. The tornado warning, which is a confirmed tornado warning for southeastern Rawlins County, is through 6 p.m. We're going to stay with this storm as it remains with that confirmed tag, because as we have eyes on the storm from our National Weather Service partners, this is making its way closer towards Achilles. I'm going to step off here and give us another re-rack of our radar sites as the storm works its way south. I got to keep up with it on where my views are going to be on this. So here's a good look at where those storms have come in, where our reports have come in from the National Weather Service. This is a look at our radar indicated rotation. I'm going to adjust here to give us a little bit of a better view of where exactly those reds are starting to pop. It's going to be right, oh, there's our latest update. This is staying south of Road L. I'm trying to zoom in here, but I'm not getting many towns or roads, I should say, on my map. But it looks like if you are in Achilles, that storm working its way right towards you right now, right on top of the city, that area of rotation. Also, if you lived off towards the east here, that area of rotation, the strongest winds also moving through this part of the county at this time. And again, many walls between you and the outside as possible. We're getting reports in of ping pong to golf ball sized hail as well. Those are delayed reports from when the storm was a little bit off more towards the north. The storm is going to continue to keep its strength as it works its way off towards the southeast. These storms working their way south of Road L at this time, moving towards this populated area. This is going to be where we have the best chance of seeing that rotation on the ground, if it is still on the ground. And we have chasers off into that area that are partnered with us through the National Weather Service that are coming in right now. Chasers reporting a brief brief tornado east of Highway 25, and it's starting to lift at this point of time. That was 6 miles south of Atwood in Rawlins County, so a delayed report coming in from when the storm was closer to Atwood. And that's what we've been seeing. The storm has tried to produce a funnel. Spotters off in the area have reported the funnel on the ground and then have seen it start to lift. So the storm cycling, going through phases where it strengthens and then it weakens, and then it strengthens and tries to produce a tornado, and then it weakens again. But that entire time, it's producing strong winds outside of that rotation as well as large hail. And we've gotten reports of baseball-sized hail already this evening from this same storm when it was a bit more off towards the north in Hitchcock County. It's going to continue to slowly work its way off towards the southeast, but this rotation still not liking where this is looking. Again, the only road popping up here, Road L on my map, and areas near Achilles working off towards the south at about 10 miles per hour. I'm going to step off again and give us another look of where this storm is going to try to hold together as it works its way to the south. We're getting the heavy rain moving in, areas south of Achilles near Road 5, as well as Road C. That is where we're going to want to watch for this rotation to continue to drop its way off towards the south. We're also looking at the possibility of some stronger winds outside of that initial warning. We are seeing large hail. Bring back my hail indicator here. This is a bit more towards the north. Atwood still picking up some strong, heavy, large hail. But as we work our way storm off towards the south, areas near Midway also picking up on this wind as well as on the large hail up to tennis ball in size. The storm is going to keep working its way off towards the south. This is a look at our velocity once again, where those brightest greens are, likely where the strongest wind's going to be at this moment in time. And we're seeing quite a few areas brightening up here on this view of our velocity and the latest loop. If I get a better look here, showing that moving its way off towards the south. I do think it's starting to take on more of a straight line wind structure just from that velocity signature that we saw back there. So stronger winds choking out maybe some of that rotation. But for what we're seeing now, the winds, a big concern. Again, we saw 90-mile-per-hour winds already in Atwood. The storm is warned for 90-mile-per-hour winds. This is a view of the storm back into Thomas County, but that outflow still trying to move through parts of the state. This is just to the south of the storm we're watching now. So this is the winds moving in ahead of that severe thunderstorm warning. The severe thunderstorm warning going to remain in effect through 6:30. The confirmed tornado warning remaining in place through the confirmed tornado warning through 6 p.m., the severe thunderstorm warning through about 6:30. Now, we do have several reports of rotation within this line, several reports of large hail as well as gusty winds. We've gotten reports in of power lines being down, as well as reports of damage to a grain silo near Atwood as the strong winds just tore through the county of Rawlins. It's continuing to work its way off towards the southeast. Hail now moving into portions of Decatur County, staying off towards the south of Oberlin, staying to the south of Midway. More zoomed in look again at that rotation. We're seeing some areas of rotation right near the city, but another area of rotation starting to pop up a little bit more towards the west there. The heaviest rain starting to work its way off towards the south. If you live anywhere near Road 5 in Rawlins County, north of Road C, south of Road L, this is going to be the area to watch as storms continue to push their way off towards the southeast. Now, this storm is looking healthy. It has produced heavy rainfall, strong winds, as well as gusts upwards of 89 miles per hour when it moved through Atwood. I do start to see more of this linear shape here rather than that rotation, and I think the winds are trying to take control, trying to push out some of that rotation, and that's why we're seeing more of the strong wind threat rather than the rotation threat. But storm spotters had eyes on this storm as it tried to produce some funnels. They touched the ground and then went back up. That's been the case as the storm's entire life cycle since it formed over Hitchcock County in Nebraska and worked its way off towards the south. We're getting more reports in of strong winds moving through parts of the state, blowing dust advisories and blowing dust warnings as the winds have kicked up quite a bit of dirt that has been moving through, and that's causing low visibility. So travel not going to be the best across parts of the state. We're also watching large hail move its way through Achilles at this point in time. Severe thunderstorm warnings coming in across northwest Kansas, but this is definitely going to be the strongest storm at this point. Here's where we're seeing those brighter greens mix in here along areas of the storm near Achilles. The storm is capable of producing producing 90-mile-per-hour winds. It has produced baseball-sized hail, and we've also seen strong straight-line winds up to 89 miles per hour, as well as it's produced tornadoes that have touched down here over the last several hours. The heavy rain also a concern. This area has seen rainfall for the better part of a half hour now. And I'll continue to watch rain come down as more storms filter in. Flash flood warnings already in place for Rawlins County, and flash flooding will be a concern across much of northwest Kansas as we see these storms continue to work their way through. The latest update here with our shear rate showing those strong winds pushing towards Achilles, and those strong winds going to look a little bit more linear rather than rotation. I'm getting us back to the beginning of the scan here where I had our shear rate product set up. Now the heavy rains definitely working their way into the southern portion of the state. Wouldn't be surprised if we start to see some heavy rain move its way into Thomas County. We're getting more reports in now of severe thunderstorm warnings. That's going to be downstream of this storm for Sheridan and Thomas County, and that's going to be for 80-mile-per-hour winds as well as large hail. We're also watching 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts pick up across parts of the state. Here's where I think that wind is going to be the strongest, but this is where that rotation is going to be, if we see any rotation at all. And it's going to be the storm that's just been having a field day with the energy that's been available in the atmosphere. All the warmth, all the humidity, it's fueling the storm. It's gobbling it up like candy, and it's helping it stay on the stronger side. Now, this storm is going to continue to work its way through portions of southeastern Rawlins County. It is confirmed as we have storm spotters in this region with eyes on the activity. Heavy rainfall as well as hail, and they have continued the severe thunderstorm warning for a destructive thunderstorm as the large hail and strong winds up to 80 miles per hour continue to work their way south. The strongest winds now moving in Achilles at this time, anywhere near Road 5 up towards Road L. I think that's the axis of the strongest winds continuing to roll off towards the south. Also seeing some heavy rain and strong hail signatures move through. Strongest winds pushing their way off towards the southeast. And here's a bigger view of that severe thunderstorm warning at this time, taking up a large region here. I'm trying to get us back to the view of most of northwest Kansas. This is what I was wanting. We have storms moving into portions of Cheyenne County, storms moving into Rawlins County, also into Decatur County. All of this energy working its way off towards the southeast, keeping together, keeping strong. This is what the trend we're going to be seeing throughout the rest of the night. Those storms staying more clustered together. Now, when storms are isolated, they don't have any other resources or any other storms to fight with over resources. That's how the storm that produced the tornado in Rawlins County has been so far. But now that we're seeing this cluster together into a complex, it's going to take on more of a straight line wind threat, which lines up with what I was seeing with our velocity as the stronger winds were making their way through, and straight line winds give up the opportunity or choke out the opportunity for that rotation. It's stronger in one direction rather than stronger in a circle. So I think that's going to be the case as we watch this storm continue through. Latest storm reports coming in of dust storm warnings as well as strong winds into the same region. So as the winds are kicking up ahead of this line, so here along areas of I-70, Sherman County, Thomas County, those winds are causing 0 mile per hour visibility or 0 mile visibility. One more look at the tornado warning as it stays confirmed, working its way off towards the south. They have not said anything about continuing this warning after 6 p.m., so after the initial time frame for when it is warmed for that tornado warning still confirmed. We do have the tornado watch in place for portions of northwest Kansas. That's going to be through 10 p.m. this evening, as well as for our southwest Nebraska counties. Now, southwest Kansas has a severe thunderstorm watch through 10 p.m. We've seen storms already produce 80 to 90 mile per hour winds. We've already seen storms produce baseball-sized hail. This will keep the strength with it as it works its way off towards the south, and we're going to continue to see some of those stronger winds move through, but the tornado warning that we're seeing now in portions of the state is going to be the main area that we're watching for that activity. But as we move throughout the rest of the night, all of us going to need to keep an eye on these storms because it's going to become more of a widespread issue for the majority of the state of Kansas. Here's that confirmed tornado warning at this time. It's making its way towards Achilles, working its way south actually now and we're going to be seeing it move into portions of Thomas and Sheridan counties as the storm holds together, pushes south. Those strong winds going to be a major concern. I'm going to step us back one more time to go through everything before we wrap up with this tornado warning, just to give us a view of what all we're seeing and where these storms are expected to go. Winds picking up in Colby. We're seeing the dust become more of an issue. Visibility dropping. This is where the storm is heading, and the storm has had a lot of energy. It's produced several tornadoes that have been seen by storm spotters. We've also seen large hail reports come in. This is going to continue to work its way off towards the southeast, moving very slowly, only at 10 miles per hour, so a snail's pace. But that rain's starting to fill in here. Areas just to the southeast of Achilles going to be Rexford as well as Selden, also Leoville. You might want to keep an eye on this because those stronger winds working their way towards you. In fact, severe thunderstorm warning for this part of the state is it's a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. It's sticking around through 6:30, and the warning for the southern half of the county also going to continue to stick around for longer. Strongest winds making their way south of Achilles at this time. That's where the heavy rain's moving through as well. Flash flooding is an issue. We have flash flood warnings in place for Rollins County already, as the storm has been packing a punch as it's worked its way into parts of the state. Overall, though, we are seeing the largest hail and the heaviest bands of rainfall move through this tornado warned storm. It is going to be right here over areas near Road L, just off towards the east of Road 24, north of Road C. That's going to be the sweet spot for the heaviest rain as well as the large hail. This energy going to try to hold together. We're seeing some of that hail come down a bit though as we look here over Achilles at this point in time. The tornado warning stays in effect for a few more moments, and we're going to be seeing that large hail core work its way in behind where that area of rotation is going to be. That's classic supercell structure, but the strong wind's going to stick around. Our strongest winds now almost in a C shape, and that's going to be for areas along Road L near Achilles as well as Road S, or Road 5 I should say. Chardon there, not quite seeing the strongest of the winds. That's going to be isolated within this tornado warning. This is going to stay in effect through a few more minutes for Achilles as that rotation still trying to hold together. For the most part though, the destructive thunderstorm warning is going to take over as stronger winds and large hail will be a concern throughout the rest of the night. Again, we've already seen reports of baseball-sized hail. We've already seen reports of 89 miles per hour winds moving through Atwood, not to mention the reports of several confirmed tornadoes that have been hanging out with us throughout much of the evening. This confirmed tornado warning is going to continue to work its way off towards the southeast. We've seen heavy rain, we've seen flash flooding, we've seen strong dust and dust storm warnings in place. So this is where we're going to have to keep an eye throughout the rest of the night. The storm is going to slowly work its way off into the southeastern corner of Rollins County, continue on into Thomas and Sheridan counties, where we'll try to keep its act together. For the most part, though, that energy pushing its way south. We're also watching for severe thunderstorm warnings that are making their way through Cheyenne County at this time. Warned for 70 mile per hour winds as well as smaller hail. We can see the gust front out ahead of St. Francis, whereas the rain now making its way towards St. Francis as well as Benkelman. The majority of this moisture going to be hanging out along the Colorado or the Nebraska and Kansas state line. Energy will keep pushing its way off towards the south. That's the area, the sweet spot that we're watching right now. This is where this cluster or complex of storms is forming. It's going to continue to push its way all the way off towards the southeast and eventually form into a large cluster that'll move through the entire state. We are all looking at the possibility of strong winds and large hail through the rest of this evening. We do still have the confirmed tornado warning in place for Rollins County for a few more moments. That storm has started to look a little bit less rotation, more strong straight line winds. We continue to get reports in of strong winds up to 60 to 70 miles per hour within this storm here. That's why it's keeping its destructive tag for the next several moments. Now, the tornado launch remains in effect for northwest Kansas through 10 p.m. We're also going to be seeing a severe thunderstorm watch stay in effect for southwest Kansas as storms continue to keep their strength together through the rest of the evening. The tornado watch, though, I think is where we're going to need to keep our eyes here as that cluster of storms works its way closer to I-70 and then off towards the south. That storm itself that we saw in portions of Rollins County has now expired at the top of the hour at 6 p.m., still producing strong winds and heavy rain as well as large hail. So please stay weather aware as we move throughout the rest of this evening. But as this tornado warning has expired, we're now going to send you back to regularly scheduled programming. A tornado warning has been issued for Sheridan County through 7:30 p.m. This is going to include areas just to the north of Hoxie, Sagoon, I believe that's how you say that town name. That is where we're going to be watching this storm. It's capable of producing strong to severe weather, including 70-mile-per-hour winds, a tornado, and tennis ball-sized hail. This is the storm we've been watching for the better part of this evening. It has produced several tornadoes across portions of Hitchcock County, also in Decatur County, now moving into Thomas and Sheridan County. Strong winds up to 80 miles per hour have been reported. We actually lost contact with our Skyview camera in Colby because of those strong winds coming in. Here's a look at the last 15 minutes. We have seen strong straight line winds as well as some indication of some rotation along this line. This storm is capable of producing all forms of severe weather as well as strong straight line winds as well as a quick spin up here or there, which is why we have that tornado warning in place, not to mention the large hail. We'll continue to watch this storm work its way off towards the southeast through about 7:30 p.m. That area of rotation going to be just off towards the east of Rexford at this moment in time. And I think that's where it's mainly going to stay. This is a look at the storms we've seen so far this evening. Destructive thunderstorms producing strong winds, flash flooding, heavy rains, all of it going to be the case across northwest Kansas. This is going to be with us through the evening as our tornado watch is in effect through 10 p.m. tonight. Southwest Kansas under a severe thunderstorm warning through 10 p.m. We'll continue to keep you updated on air here on KSN, but we're also streaming on our online app. But if there is a tornado warning and it is confirmed, we will be cutting in throughout the rest of the night. We're going to keep you updated online, but for now, we'll send you back to your regularly scheduled programming. A tornado warning is active in Sheridan County through 8 p.m. this evening. Earlier, it was a confirmed tornado warning. Now, they've gone with the radar indicated as they're still seeing some strong rotation, but also straight line winds. This warning currently going to include areas from Hoxie to Sagoon all the way down towards the county line where we're looking towards Gove County. We've seen plenty of strong winds in Grinnell already, also over towards Monument, as well as in Colby. We saw 100-mile-per-hour winds reported earlier. That storm also capable of producing strong winds up to 90 miles per hour and baseball-sized hail. It's working its way off towards the south at about 25 miles per hour, meaning it'll arrive in Gove County here shortly. We have seen quite a bit of activity from this specific cell. It started up in Hitchcock County, produced a tornado, and then produced several more tornadoes on its track off towards the south. Not only that, but we have seen strong winds, gusts upwards of 80, 90, 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts were reported in Colby earlier this evening at about 6:30. This tornado warning now also going to be working its way off towards the southeast. The tornado warning up against the county line at this moment. But Grinnell, you are right on the border there, as well as Grainfield and Park just off towards the south. These stronger winds where we're seeing these bright greens, that's going to be where the winds are gusting the most. I think that tornado, if anywhere, it's going to be where our reds and greens are mixing just off towards the south of Sagoon there. For the most part, though, this strong rotation working its way off towards the south, also seeing hail up to the size of baseballs possible with this particular storm. Overall, we've seen destructive thunderstorms and a few tornadoes spin up. Several of these severe thunderstorm warnings have the possibility of producing a tornado, as we could see those quick spin ups along the leading line of strong winds. This complex going to work its way off across the entire state, becoming more widespread as it just balloons over the next few hours. We have destructive thunderstorm warnings currently in place for portions of Logan and Gove County, as well as Sheridan and Gove, as well as portions of Trego County at the moment. Also back towards Sherman and Wallace County, severe thunderstorm warnings, not quite at the destructive level, but still packing a punch. Not to mention flash flooding. Heavy rainfall has caused flash flooding over a large portion of the state. We also have tornado watches in place for northwest Kansas through 10 p.m. this evening. Our severe thunderstorm watch, though, has been extended. For those in southwest Kansas, it goes through 10 p.m., but for those in north central and to south central Kansas, the severe thunderstorm watch is going to stick with us through 3 a.m. on Sunday. They have just decided to extend this forward into the rest of the overnight as we'll continue to watch these storms blossom, develop, strengthen, hold together, producing all forms of severe weather. But our main concern overnight going to be those strong straight line winds. We'll continue to keep you updated right here on KSN as well as online throughout the rest of the evening. But for now, we'll send you back to American Ninja Warrior. A tornado warning remains in effect for Sheridan County through 8 p.m. this evening. This is going to be for southern portions of the county, and they have extended it as a destructive thunderstorm for portions of Gove and Trego County. Grinnell just picked up winds gusting upwards of 80 miles per hour. So this storm packing a punch as it works its way off towards the south. The severe thunderstorm warning that we're watching now is one of a cluster that's been producing tornadoes as well as strong winds, not to mention 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Colby earlier. This activity will continue to work its way off towards the south. This is the only tornado warning we have at this time, but all of these storms packing a punch as they roll in, producing 80-mile-per-hour winds, and they're also warned for hail up to 4 inches, which is the size of a softball. So all these storms going to be impacting us. In fact, the strong winds rolling through, the brighter greens we're seeing, that's where the strongest of the winds are. I'm not seeing a ton in terms of rotation within this line, but that doesn't mean we can't have a quick spin up, especially where some of these brighter greens are mixing in with our shear rate here. And that, the latest look there, let's step back actually. That would be where the rotation is, if any, just due to the north of Grainfield. This storm is working its way off towards the south at about 25 miles per hour. So it's working its way towards Grainfield, towards Park, towards Grinnell. You are not under the tornado warning just yet, but it is just to the north of you. And it's going to continue to work its way off towards the south, moving at a bit of a slower pace. Our hail has scaled down significantly from what we saw earlier, which is a sign that these storms taking more of that straight line wind structure on rather than the hail structure. In Colby, where we saw that 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts, they're still seeing strong winds. In fact, our Colby Skyview camera is actually stuck looking straight down because the winds are so strong it can't lift back up even when I punch in the controls. So that's just a look at what we're seeing in that portion of the state. It's right along the I-70 corridor, so if you know anyone traveling that direction this evening on I-70, tell them to maybe hold up in Hayes or farther down the line before they make their way that direction and then head that way tomorrow. All of this activity is going to be becoming more widespread as we look through the evening. Still getting reports just in of 70-mile-per-hour winds in Colby. All of this activity going to be pushing its way south. The tornado watch remains in place for northwest Kansas through 10 p.m. this evening. The severe thunderstorm watch for southwest Kansas also through 10 p.m. But through portions of the rest of the state, through central Kansas, we're under the severe thunderstorm watch until 3 a.m. Sunday morning, as we'll continue to keep storms with us overnight. And then we're expecting to see more weather. Stick around for tomorrow. Storms will be lingering. Flash flooding threats will be a concern, as well as strong winds through the rest of the evening, with all forms of severe weather possible again tomorrow. We're going to continue to keep you updated here on KSN, but for now, we'll send you back to your regularly scheduled programming. A tornado warning remains in effect for Sheridan County through 8 p.m. this evening, so just a few more minutes for the tornado warning. But the severe thunderstorm warnings across the state and at least in northwest Kansas are all at the destructive level. We've seen winds upwards of 80 miles per hour, several reports of 90-mile-per-hour winds, and a 100-mile-per-hour wind gust in Colby that knocked our Skyview camera out for a while there. Here's a look at the path that they've moved through with the storm reports on top. We had tornado reports in Hitchcock County in Nebraska earlier this evening. They continue to work their way off towards the south as the storm continued to drop funnel after funnel, producing several tornadoes, and eventually did produce a tornado within Sheridan County, and that prompted the tornado warning that we had earlier. They have dropped the confirmed tag with it now, but we're still seeing some signs of rotation within that storm. The stronger winds, though, out ahead with this leading edge, producing 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We just got a report in of 70-mile-per-hour winds over in Goodland, so even this storm off towards the more western half starting to produce some strong to severe weather as well, upwards of 70 miles per hour. The tornado warning is going to be for in southern portions of Sheridan County. It is staying just to the north of areas within Gove and Trego County. It's going to be anywhere between Sagoon, Hoxie, Park, Greenfield, and Grinnell. This is the area we're watching closely. We have the brighter reds and greens. That's brighter greens here are going to indicate where the strongest of the winds are moving towards the radar site. So moving towards the radar that's in Goodland. The reds moving away. So where we see the brightest here, that's where the strongest winds are going to be. When we start to see some mixing, that's where that area of rotation is going to try to be. We have several spots of rotation trying to pop up within our radar product here, which is going to be called shear rate, where we see those areas of red. That's where we at least have a bit of spin in our atmosphere. The storm has been holding that spin together. It's looked better at other times than it does now, but that's because these storms are cycling. They're breathing in, they're breathing out, they're fueling off of all the energy in the atmosphere, and there's a lot of energy. One thing to note, though, the hail has gone down significantly. Earlier this evening, we saw baseball-sized hail in Hitchcock County. Now this hail looking a little bit smaller. The last hail report I got in was about an inch sized hail, and that was going to be in portions of Thomas County. So we're seeing more of a wind threat take over than a hail threat, and that's also going to be the case for our tornado threat. As this cluster of storms continues to work its way off towards the east, strong winds will be the main concern, but we still could see a spin up along that leading line. We're going to keep our tornado watch in place for northwest Kansas through 10 p.m. this evening, southwest Kansas through 10 p.m. for the severe thunderstorm watch, but central Kansas, our severe thunderstorm watch is going to stick with us through 3 a.m. Sunday morning. Storms will stick around into the rest of the day on Sunday, so make sure you're staying weather aware. We'll continue to keep you updated here on KSN, but for now, we'll send you back to American Ninja Warrior. Continuing to bring you updates on the destructive thunderstorms that are rolling into northwest Kansas this evening. These storms currently warn for 80-mile-per-hour winds and tennis ball-sized hail. Most of these warnings go through about 8:30 p.m. The destructive thunderstorm is currently in place for Logan, Gove County, as well as northern portions of Wichita County. We have another destructive storm that's going to be for southern portions of Sheridan County, northern portions of Gove County, and yes, we have this teeny tiny corner of Gove County not included in a destructive thunderstorm warning at this moment because Dodge City's National Weather Service has decided to just issue a large severe thunderstorm warning for a good chunk of the region. As these storms roll through, they're creating more of a line shape. This linear structure is where we see those stronger straight line winds. It was definitely the case in Colby a few hours ago. We saw 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts, several reports of 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We've also had several reports of tornadoes confirmed touchdown starting in Hitchcock County, working its way south with the storm through Rawlins County, through portions of Sheridan County as well. And the storm just continues to keep going. But now it's taking on more of that straight line wind structure rather than any rotation within this line clear as day. We're seeing more of a quick spin up if we see anything in terms of a tornado. Our hail also starting to go down a bit. Where we're looking at now with our velocity, it's going to be the brightest, the greatest reds and greens, where we're seeing the winds the strongest. So the brightest greens here are moving towards the radar site in Goodland. Brightest reds moving away. This storm is warned for 80-mile-per-hour winds. We've gotten several reports in from areas like Grinnell and Grainfield of those winds reaching 80 miles per hour. A look from Dodge City's radar site as we move our way south because Gove is kind of split between the two, but see how bright these reds are? That's just a clear sign of how strong the wind is. We still have that severe thunderstorm warning at a destructive level for portions of the state over towards Logan County into Wichita County as well. All of us seeing heavy rain as well as some hail mixed in, where we're seeing some red over towards northern portions of Gove County. That's where we had those few spin ups earlier. Earlier we had the tornado warning in place. They let that expire because they think it's more of a wind threat now through the rest of the evening, and I would agree. Here's that strange shaped severe thunderstorm warning, a nice box here from Trago, Ness over towards Lane and Scott counties. That is going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds and small hail. We're also starting to see some activity try to pick up in southwest Kansas this evening. Tornado watches remaining in place for northwest Kansas through 10 p.m. We have tornado watch or severe thunderstorm watches, I should say, for southwest Kansas through 10 p.m. But central Kansas sees severe thunderstorm watches following us into the overnight as rain and storms going to stick around into the beginning of our Sunday. What you expect to see for the rest of the evening, we'll keep you updated here on KSN. But for now, we'll send you back to American Ninja Warrior. We're bringing you another update on the strong storms moving into portions of the state. If you need a clear indication of how strong the winds were, our Skyview camera in Colby got blown downwards, and it is so messed up right now that I can't get it to look back up because of the winds just continuing to batter it. We're definitely going to have to make sure that our camera, as well as most of the rest of Thomas County, are going to be okay because winds in Colby reached 100 miles per hour earlier this evening around 6:30. We've gotten several reports of 90-mile-per-hour winds, 80-mile-per-hour winds, 70-mile-per-hour winds for a large portion of the state. In fact, our destructive thunderstorm warning that's going to be in place for Logan County as well as Wichita County and over towards Gove County, and another destructive thunderstorm for Sheridan and Gove counties in place through 8:30 is going to be warned for 80-mile-per-hour winds and tennis ball-sized hail. These winds are no joke. They're continuing to quickly push their way off towards the south, and they're going to be holding on to their strength through the rest of the evening. These storms have already packed a punch. We've gotten several reports of large hail up in our southwest Nebraska counties. We did get a tornado confirmed in Hitchcock County, and then this tornado dropped several other funnels all the way down from the same storm, tracking all the way into Sheridan County. Now this storm structure taking on more of that straight line wind threat, and we're seeing those strong gusts. Winds upward of 70 miles per hour reported in Grinnell. This is a look at our velocity product. Where we see the greens the brightest, that means where the winds are moving quicker towards the radar site, which is in Goodland, and the reds moving quicker away. So clear sign of where the strongest winds are, and I think that axis is going to be right over towards Quinter, Grainfield, Gove County, seeing some strong winds right now. And this is switched to look at from Dodge City. So we're kind of in the crosshairs between two radar sites here, but we can still just see how bright those reds are. That's where those winds are going to be no joke, and why these storms are warned for 80-mile-per-hour winds as well as the tennis ball-sized hail. Logan County also picking up on the strong winds. Over towards Wallace, we haven't gotten any reports in from Wallace specifically yet, but I got several reports of 70-mile-per-hour winds in from Winona. We're also starting to see the hail pick up. Anywhere that you're seeing the white with on your screen here, that's going to be where there are larger hailstones in. Still trying to see a little bit of rotation up towards Quinter. I think that's more of some spin within these storms. Really, the only activity we're watching is in northwest Kansas. A few storms in southwest Kansas will continue, but this cluster will become more widespread overnight. We'll keep you updated here on KSN, on air and online throughout the rest of the evening, but for now, I'll send you back to American Ninja Warrior. Ooh, my cord. Ready? A destructive thunderstorm warning was just issued for portions of south central Kansas, or southwest Kansas, I should say. This is going to include areas within Ness as well as other counties as the storm works its way off towards the southeast. So we have Ness, Lane, northern portions of Finney County, as well as Hodgman County. This is where the strongest winds are going to be located right about here, but we're also watching large hail as well as heavy rainfall in this portion of the storm as it makes its way off towards the southeast. A view here of our radar indicated rotation, or the velocity. Where we're seeing the brightest reds, that's where winds are going to be the strongest. Some of those strongest line right now making its way into portions of northwest Hodgman County. Jetmore, you are included within this storm, as well as Harold, Riverside, as well as Rivanna there. This storm is going to continue to try to produce 80-mile-per-hour winds as it works its way off towards the southeast. Now, this storm also has a history of producing some quick spin-up rotation, and this is a look at our Barron button, or the different threats we're seeing. The black is going to be where we're seeing hail, as well as this white over here towards Scott City, but some of these yellows and reds, that's going to indicate some quick spin-up rotation along the leading edge. Now, earlier this evening, we had a much higher threat for rotation, a higher threat for tornadoes, but now with the strong straight line winds, this is more so going to be a quick spin up along that leading line. Just as quickly as it spins up, it spins down. But still, those 80-mile-per-hour winds going to be packing as a punch as they work their way into portions of the state. We got 100-mile-per-hour wind reports earlier from Colby County, or Colby in Thomas County. Several tornadoes were reported as the same storm system worked its way from Nebraska into Kansas and is continuing to push its way off towards the south. Not only that, but we're dealing with heavy rainfall and frequent lightning. In fact, a look from Dodge City looking north, we can see that storm off in the distance, producing quite the light show. Between this Skyview camera and our Garden City Skyview camera, we're seeing quite the activity. All that lightning is a clear indication that this is a healthy storm. It's staying together. It doesn't show any signs of weakening anytime soon. So this activity going to continue to work its way off towards the southeast. Again, that destructive thunderstorm warning is going to remain in effect. But we also have flood alerts in place. We have flood warnings as well as some flood watches and other flood advisories in place for a large portion of the region through this evening into Sunday morning as rain will continue. Our tornado watch stays in effect for northwest Kansas through 10 p.m. Our severe thunderstorm watch southwest Kansas through 10 p.m. But for portions of central Kansas, we're going to be watching this stay with us through 3 a.m. Sunday morning. Well, to continue to keep you updated here, KSN. We'll have updates coming in on KSN News at 10, but we're also going to be keeping you updated on air and online. But for now, we'll send you back to Dateline.